Happy Saturday. Welcome to the Land Tamer stream. Let's do some labs today, folks. Hope you're having a good Saturday. I am. I wanted to start earlier, but had to do some errands, change oil in the truck, some shopping, go by mail. I mean, you name it, Saturday stuff, right? But got that done, and now ready to do some labbing. So I'm not completely set up yet. This is going to be a little bit of sort of behind the scenes, I guess, of the Land Tamer channel. One thing I do want to go over, it's kind of cool. I'm excited about it anyway. I've been using for a while a couple different storage solutions for my file sync and backup and things like that. I've been using Google Drive. And Google Drive it started out pretty cheap. Like, I started out for free 5 gig, and then I quickly upgraded it to something else. And I think it was like $8 a month, up to 50 gig maybe. And then I went to 80 gig, and it ballooned to like $20 a month. I'm like, and that wasn't enough. As some of you may know, I've been kind of running out of space. I have a 500 gig drive for external hard drive for backups, and that wasn't enough space. I'm saving all my video files now. I started that like over a year ago, so those tend to add up. So everything I stream, I save, and then I will upload it to YouTube. And it's just not enough. So I found a deal of sync.com. There's a couple of really good ones. I did a little bit of research. I wanted something that's stable, that's been there around a while. It's not just going to go out of business, because some of them are fly by night. But sync.com came highly recommended. So I get 2 terabytes for $96 a year, I think. And I'm going to be able to cancel my Google Drive and still save. Let's see, what was that? So I was currently spending, like 240, right? About 20 times 12, so 240 a year. So 96.5. Oh, what am I doing here? Yeah, I'm in other calculator mode. Basic, yeah. So if we go like 96.240, so 40%. I'm saving 60%, and I'm getting 2 terabytes. And as I understand, it's encrypted at rest and in transit. So, which is unique to Sync. I think there's another one that is the same price, starts with a P, something. It's been around a while too. It has about the same price, but I don't think it's encrypted in transit. Anyway, so with that being said, I've suspended it for now. I don't know how long it's going to take to sync. As you can see, my Google Drive is gone, but at least now I'm going to be able to back up all of my VMs that are running on here, everything, everything on this Mac. So all my video storage for quite a while. It will back up my virtual machines. So yeah, it's gonna give me way more, and it's gonna cost a lot less. So I wish I'd have done this sooner. I just hadn't gotten around to it. Been busy with other things. So anyway, that's pretty cool. So with that being said, some of my stuff is out of sync on my desktop. Like, I use a lot of symbolic links, which are no longer valid. So some of these will be broken, but we'll get through it. Like, that's going to be broken, that's going to be broken, and that's no longer valid either. So anyway, we'll get to it. Thanks for hanging in, folks. I do have the lab fired up, though. The idea for me here is to go ahead and start from the beginning on the foundation lab. I did not finish, and I want to be able to finish within, ideally, I want to be able to finish this thing within like 4 hours. Ideally less than that, actually, but that's a start. And I did not get through it all the way. So we're going to just start over and redo it, because I need more practice on PPPoE and things like that. So that's the plan for today. I'm going to go about an hour until lunch. And after lunch, we'll get going in earnest on it. So I have fired up the VM in Azure, and I'm now going to, I already have the workbook open. And let's open our VM. And we're going to open our notepad. I'm going to review my strategy document first. So actually, let's just, kind of review the notes from before. Yeah, look at this. The other thing, folks, is like all my INE videos that I downloaded, all those bad boys are going to be backed up to the cloud as well now. So to my personal account. So I won't. Pretty happy about that. But yeah, let's go to the Git. Yeah, Git. And where was that? Notes, right? So let me put that over. I'm going to create a symbolic link. You should be able to do it with, or an alias. That on the desktop. Just like I had it. And this can go away. Yep, we'll put her there, notes. So yeah, these are my notes from the lab strategies. Common mistakes not reading in full sentences, the instructions. We're going to try to focus on that today. Trying to locate Cisco docs. I'm kind of giving up on that, but it's still there as a to-do. So we're going to open a text file and save a new file to the desktop, right? Step 1. And I'm going to call this, give it the date, and INE Foundation Lab config.txt. And we're going to begin reading the instructions, strategize the configuration sections, write down the overall task and priority at the top of the page. So yeah, I did that last time. We're going to do it again. I don't show, by the way, these are not my labs, folks. This is from the INE workbook, which there are links down below for you to download yourself. If you want to see the lab workbook yourself, I don't show it here on screen for obvious reasons. But you can see all the information there. You see the solutions, you can see the diagrams. So it's good stuff. Encourage you to do that. Oh yeah, this is our revised lab because we had to connect the switches. So yeah, good. Let's go ahead and get this bad boy started up because we know it can sometimes take a while to get all the routers and switches going. Close that window. And these are instructions. So faults. And this is good because when I was reading the solutions to this, I was kind of getting the order in my head of when you want to do things. So I'm going to read the instructions, but while I'm reading the instructions, I want to have in mind, I'm going to take those general steps and put those into my document here in somewhat of an order. And the idea behind the order is I want to get my layer 2 stuff done first. Then I want to check my layer 3 connectivity. And a couple of good suggestions I found on that from INE, of course. One is, on a smaller section or within a block, is to ping the broadcast address and make sure you get responses from your neighbors. That was a good idea. I was pinging like point-to-point links. Some of these are not just point-to-point links, right? Also ping in blocks, especially for a larger lab, you're going to have to ping in blocks. And then all I have here is start first section. This may get revised to, this is going to be broken out, right? It might be, I may want to start IGPs. That's what I'm thinking, right? Then start EBGP, then like, yeah, IGP, EBGP. Somewhere in here is going to be MPLS, and I'm not sure if I go by how this lab is laid out. It does layer 2. In fact, it does ether channel, then it does trunking. I kind of like this strategy, actually. So these are going to be lab strategy for lab strategy, general strategy. Let's call it that. Or starting. Then we'll do the actual read beginning instructions. Then more specifically, write down overall task and priority at. Okay, you know what I should do is if I decide on this order, if this is kind of the order I want to do things in, then probably what I should do is as soon as I get to the lab and sit down and open the notepad, that's the first thing I'm going to do. Open notepad, save new file to desktop. What I should do is write out general strategy, general build order. So my build order would be something like this. Build order, layer 2, ether channel, trunking, BTP, spanning tree. Layer 3. We'll just throw in PPPoE here, right? And then we'll do IGPs. So that would be basic EIGRP OSPF RIP. Authentication, then any optimizations or customizations. We'll call it optimization. Then we want to do EGP. So EBGP, IBGP, authentication, aggregation, path selection. Then we've got kind of our VPN, right? This is IPv4, IGPs. That makes sense. This is your layer 3. Then you do your IGPs, kind of the order up here, right? This is IPsec. I would almost put that, I don't know. It has it here. We may change that to our liking. Then it has basically IGP v6. Also, we would have any redistribution here, maybe. IGPs, redis. Yeah, so that's kind of the general build order. Write out the general build order, then begin reading your instructions. And write down some of the overall tasks. Then building strategy. Complete layer 2, and then you want to do this validation here, right? Continue down build list in order. Guidelines, one notepad file for all configs. Yes, so we're going to have a one notepad. I may change that, but that's what we're going with for now. Progressively add configs. Don't do edits above unless you find a fault. Config T end. Yeah, so we do this kind of in sections to where you could copy paste the entire thing. But plenty of white space between device configs. Don't copy for paste until you have the right window selected. Yeah. Oh yeah, we had problems with that. You know what we need to do is we need to go to the evng.net. We're gonna have to configure the Mac for. That's not what I want. Oh man. eve-ng.net. Somebody's trolling. Let's download the workbook. Why do you do this to me, Chrome? Download PDF instead of open. What they're trying to do, this is squirrely. It's a little underhanded. Hey, a network engineer, woo, down to 60 something. Yeah, I got to figure out my reflection business. I'll probably work on that today. All right. This is one of the most annoying features of Chrome, and it's a little sneaky to me because what they're going to want to do is like prompt you to save it in Google Drive. Instead of what most users are going to want. Okay, we're going to go Chrome plugins. And you can't reach that site. Isn't that interesting? Chrome plugins. And nothing but useless search results. How many? There are a lot of other users that are annoyed by this, but well, someone in it could be. There it is. Thank you. We don't want that. That is spam. That is spam. Okay. Oh, here we go. To go to settings, advanced, under download. Chrome EXE has goofed. Download. This is automatic downloads. Okay, useless. I'm trying to get This is opening in the browser. I want to download this PDF. When I click a PDF link, I want it to download. I want to disable the built-in Chrome PDF viewer. Content settings, okay. Yeah, there is it looks like there's one for PDF. Okay, help me out here, Chrome. I'm clicking and typing. Okay, I clicked there for you, Chrome, thank you. Now PDF documents, okay. There we go, my goodness. Have you all noticed lately, like, searching to find very basic information is getting worse? It seems like we've gone backwards in recent years. Like I've had this issue a lot the last couple of weeks. Trying to search for basic information on the internet, and they're not complex searches. But one, a lot of content these days is behind us. There's so much spam. And when I say spam, I mean like legitimate journalism is you have to look around like all the spam to get to the little piece of content that you want. And it's very unfortunate. And also general searches, like this is, I've done this many times actually. Anytime I download Chrome, I have to find where this is because I don't remember. And each time it is like, okay, I'll search the internet. People do this a lot, right? And I've talked to other people. Yeah, they do the same thing. But to get the actual answer, and this is Google, this is their product. You're searching in their product. So when I go to Google and I type how to do this, it's like, and it's not just this. I've had this experience about 3 or 4 times this week trying to find some very basic information. You agree, a network engineer? Searching is becoming a huge pain compared to, yeah, I don't know if it's the algorithm or what. I've started to use Bing, by the way, just to see if I get any better luck. But yeah, searching is getting, maybe our expectations are just really, really high, but I don't think they're unreasonable. My latency is amazing. Is that, do you mean good or bad? Hopefully good. Okay, good. Yeah, what I've done, a network engineer, is part of switching to the sync service is, I don't know, I freed up some space on my drive. I don't know, something is going on with this computer, and I've been watching my stats. Like, I don't know if you all are aware, but I have this stats running in OBS, and it tells me time to render for. I don't have the best like graphics card, and I'm streaming and labbing on the same computer, so this is normal. But I have noticed lately that this has gone up. Skip frames. This is not good. Frames missed to rendering lag is fine. 1.1% is cool. Again, I don't have a real good graphics card. I'm trying to stream at 60 frames per second because if you do anything less, when you upload to YouTube, it puts it in SD instead of HD, which with as much detail as I'm showing on my screen is intolerable. So anyway, I'm hoping that this will work better. And if I'm able to sync some things to the computer, 1010, awesome, man. Thank you, network engineer. Slayer Darth, how are you doing this Saturday? It is going well, very well. I am working on, what we're going to do right now is we had so many clipboard issues with Chrome, and it cost me, I would estimate, like 10 or 15% of my labbing time, that we're going to go ahead and set up a native console capability on the Mac. Yeah, 3.6 I think it is. So let's go. And it's going to probably involve a reboot, which is fine because I'll just schedule to reboot it. At lunch, I'm going to take a break and then come back after lunch, and we're going to hit this INE lab, this foundation lab. Hey, Darby, are you on the latest OBS? Yes, I tend to, it prompts me on the Mac whenever there's a new version, and I'm pretty good about doing that. So, back this morning from visiting relatives overseas. Wow, did some ASM code during the flight. Feels good, man. ASM, are you talking about the F5 ASM module? Application Security Manager, I think that is. By the way, thanks for some of the, I missed some of the subs a few days ago. So to all those who subbed, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Learning how to write, oh, assembly. Wow. Oh, man. Learning how to write, oh, and speaking of subs, CK Darby, welcome to the subs. Enjoy your emote. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that Twitch Prime sub on this Saturday. Always appreciated sending you. Thank you for those good bits, my friend. May you have many good bits in your assembler code in Commodore 64. Oh my God! Let me ask you this, Slayer Darth. Do you have a working Commodore 64 or a virtual one? Yeah, thank you, CK Darth, again for that sub and for the support here in the Land Tamer stream. Really appreciate it. Okay, these are my steps below. Now, I don't think he's on at the moment. Vice emulator. Okay. I'm trying to remember what games I used to play on the Commodore 64. There was a sub game, and I think there was a strip poker game. I think it was my cousin had one. OS 10 Sierra and older is ready to use. For High Sierra, a Telnet binary must be added. I think I've done these steps, actually. Okay, download the Telnet and FTP binaries from Eve. All right. So let's do this. It says HTTPS. Yeah, let's do HTTP. Not found on the server. Does this have to be the Pro version? That is my Eve IP. Commodore was before my conception, I'm pretty sure. Probably so. In fact, I think I was a teenager whenever that was around. And then you had the Apple IIe's or 2C's or something like that. Take away the HTTPS, yeah. Actually, what I'm doing, I have my green tea and I have my coffee from earlier today. We're still on some caffeine, folks. Getting the caffeine into the veins and into the brain. Yeah, I would imagine, I'm pretty sure I have these ports open. Let me check my VM in Azure. In Azure, I have, what's cool about Azure is you pretty much have, besides like your firewall, yeah, I have ADN 443 allowed. For every virtual machine you create in Azure, it by default it's going to create what's called an NSG, Network Security Group. It's basically a firewall in front of the virtual machine. Yeah, which part of the, so that's true. Sometimes, the thing is, if you start out with HTTP and it tries to redirect to, or HTTPS, and it tries to redirect to an HTTP, I know sometimes that could, yeah, I did HTTPS. Let's do, so let me make sure I did the right IP address here. Because right now I'm connected via HTTP. Okay. Oh, Bing automatically redirects me. Actually, it's just, so it's files / what if we did this? os10.zip, right? Not found on the server. That's okay. Okay, this is at port 80. More host names for Eve and G. What I can do though is I can just SSH and find them if they're there. What is happening with my terminal window? Okay, don't know what's going on there. SSH. Now, I actually have a DNS name for this VM. Like a registered DNS name. But the reason I was connecting to this is because you have to do that if you're on a Mac and you want to use Wireshark. I don't know exactly why, but let's do root. Yeah, themes, admin, LT files, os10.zip. So let's just see if we find it. Let me get my notes on Linux find command because I'm not totally up to speed on this. Yeah, so you do find iname, find, actually let's go root. os10.zip. And that will search. Yeah, I love SCP. If we find it, we'll copy it SCP for sure. Okay, reboot the Mac, and yeah, you have to do this. I will do this at lunch, folks. And Casadix has done this recently and said it definitely works. Yeah, it looks like these instructions are for Pro. If that's the case, because this is a community edition, yeah, it doesn't find it. So This is for the Pro Edition. So what I'll do is I'll fire up the, let's see how the stream works. We'll fire up our local. I say that because I want to move these VMs into my new sync folder. That's the one thing I've noticed is that does seem to work better on the Mac. So when you move things around, like I had a lot of things in my Google Drive folder, and now that I've switched from Google Drive to sync.com, I'm having to update symbolic links or aliases and things like that. But things are so easy to move around. I was so impressed when I was learning the Mac. I got my first Mac. That to add and remove applications, you drop them in the applications folder. That just blew my mind. Like, wow. So much easier than Windows. And it's easier than Linux. So yeah, if I want to delete this app on my machine, I can do Command Delete. Gone. The application is uninstalled from my computer. If I want to install a new application, I just drag it, the package right in application. So cool. I rediscovered SSH tunneling after several years being a Linux guy. It's super cool. Yes. I haven't done SSH tunneling, and I think what you mean by that is, well, there's small versions of that, right? Like where you do file copies and things like that. But yeah, there is so much you can do over the SSH protocol. The UX on Mac is very nice. I use Windows at work because my job is probably. I use Windows at work as well, and I've been a very frustrated Windows user over the years. But I have to say, Windows 10 is winning me over. I did not mean to close chat. Wrong window. I have been really impressed, and most of what is nice about Windows 10 are things that they've borrowed from the Mac or Linux. And I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. Everybody copies anyway. A lot of OS 10 was copied from, BSD, the underlying, features. So, all right, let's try this URL. I know I'm switching windows a lot, but let's try this using our Pro version. There it is. So this comes with a Pro. SSH allows you to connect to somewhere as if you're a remote device you're telling through. Yep. Ah, yeah, I've heard of that too. Yeah. Yep, that is really nice. Okay, so we've opened the zip file. And let's go back to our cookbook. And we can close this now, by the way. So we downloaded this binary. Okay, I'll do this at lunch, which is coming up pretty quick. When the OS 10 utility screen, pull down the utilities, type the following into the terminal. Okay, when the extract the OS. Okay, all right, I'll do all that. Then we should be able to not have to worry about all those windows. Let me make a note here. So when I do this, when the OS 10 utility screen appears, pull down Utilities menu, choose Terminal. I'm going to take a picture, or yeah, a screenshot of this so that I'll have it whenever. This is cool. I love the screenshot feature too of the latest And then we're going to put that on photos. And that will be on our phone. Routers 1.1 has admin panel locked down by firewall computers to the web server tunnel through the router. Oh yeah, that is slick. We're going to upload these two photos to our phone. Cool. All right, so yeah, going kind of over our strategy here again. Back to this. Yeah, these are all our validations. So I need to keep these. Windows does have similar screen. It does, yeah. I like them both. Show Ether channel summary, show interface trunk, show ETP status. Yeah, we want to keep these in mind. Show PPPoE session. All right. So this is our general build order. We've got that in mind, and this is going to be our. These are going to be our tasks. So I'm debating on. I'm debating on the tasks and the config being in different files. They probably should be, huh? Yeah. So let's do this. 2019-03-09 foundations lab config. Is that the same as this? Oh, this foundations. Okay. All right, so looking back at the workbook, we're going to start today. Man, it would be nice to finish all this today, but first is faults. Find faults. And you know what? I'm going to do this later. Because if I look at the overall strategy, layer 2 is first. I'm going to put layer 3 here, and we're going to put validate connectivity. This is where we will see our faults. And we're going to say, we're going to do a ping, you know, like this. That was a good tip from the workbook, so we're going to do that. Then we're going to come back to, so we're going to start with L2, Ether channel, trunking, BTP, STP, and then we'll say L3, PPPoE. I've got my IC ND1 a week from today. So poopy. Oh, okay. Great, man. Are you ready for it? How are you? What's your strategy 1 week out, network engineer? What is your strat? What are your strats? That's what the gamers say, right? That's a good strat. Well, what's your strat? Or strats for your exam? So I'm actually going to shut this down because, well, no, we can try. Did these switches start? They did not. All right, let's start the switches up. I wonder how I left these configurations as well. I'll bet they're still configured. Okay, let's check that. Strategy is to read things today. Take the final Boson XM. Good, you're using Boson. Good. Pray for 832 or above. Yep, then just sleep every day when I get home from work until the exam. That's good, man. Actually, what I like about your strategy there is sleep. You mentioned sleep. So many, that's what they neglect. Now, granted, I admit nervousness is always a part of it. But sleep is so important. Proper sleep, proper nutrition, exercise, just your physical well-being. Because you want to be sharp for that exam. You want to be rested, your brain just firing on all cylinders. So, great strategy. What I tend to do too is I try to find like the day before. All right, switches, come on, what's going on? There we go. The day before, I try to plan something fun, like relaxing. Playing a game or watching a movie or, going on a run. I don't do that, but I mean, I do that. I go to the gym and run, but plan something, that's fun, that you like to do, that will take your mind. Yeah, well, generally I'll try to take a vacation day the day prior if I can. Sometimes you can't, and I understand. But maybe that night you can do something, when you get home from work, do something fun. Just keep your mind off the exam for a while, and then that'll help, freshen up, get you fresh and ready to go. I think what I may do for this, folks, is I'm going to check on the configuration. I think the configurations are all still here from the last part of the lab, and I don't want to erase them. Yeah, it's still here. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to shut down the lab, and we're going to make a copy. So better use of the vacation days. Well, hey, good for you, man. For me, it depends on how many days I have, right? If I have enough to use them, I'll definitely try to use them, because it is so nice taking a day off before an exam. All right, so we're going to clone. And we're going to rename this one to today's date, because I want to kind of save each attempt. And this one was 2019-03-02. And what we're going to do, we're going to open this lab. This is good. So we're going to get all this stuff done and be able to start after lunch, like off the bat. And I'm going to wipe all nodes. So this way I'll be, if I get stuck or something comes up and I know it worked last week, I'll be able to go back, open the last lab, and look and compare and see, okay, what did I do different? Because we're going to be doing this one a number of times, I have no doubt. All right, so we'll close this lab. And actually, we'll shut down that VM, and we'll just keep getting ready here. I don't know why I needed to keep that open. Yeah, I don't have my scripts. I have scripts to automatically shut down and boot up this VM, but I have moved the VMs around, or the scripts directories around, so we'll get that going though. All right, we're going to stop that VM. Good. And can continue kind of looking at the workbook here. Yeah, so I think what I'll do, yeah, that's a big Azure VM. I have two sizes. I got medium and I have large. Well, I have large and super size. So I have one that is 1604. This is a D16SV3. That's my medium. And then I have a large that is, I can't ever remember these. I need to make a command for that. Hi, which you think is better for practicing GNS3 or even G? My main domain is security. Good question, Netizen47. Good to see you here. I would say both. And the reason I say both is as far as security goes, as far as I know, it more depends on the image you use or images than the platform. I think both platforms are going to support the image is pretty much the same. So the main thing is, who will you be? Are you going to be labbing with someone? So if you're labbing with someone and they're using EvenG, then and you think you might be trading labs out, like you might be building test labs, and you're going to be trading with that person. It's easy to like export a lab, send it to them, and they can send you a lab, things like that, to practice on each other. That would be the main criteria. In my experience, EvenG is a little faster in terms of loading. Also, EvenG is easier to upgrade than GNS3, depending on which variant of GNS3 you're using, of course. But I've just found that having the application and the virtual machine, because I always use a virtual machine for the server. Essentially, if I want to upgrade GNS3 right now, I have to wipe it. I basically have to wipe it out. GNS3 allows live collaboration. EvenG does that as well, the EvenG Pro version, anyway. I heard they use GNS3 in most companies for their topologies. Interesting. I guess it depends on the topology, because I've never had to wipe out. I have. Maybe that's because I'm on the Mac. I don't know. But generally, like if you run the GNS3 upgrade, and you can see my videos, I've got videos showing me attempting to upgrade it. Like you'll run the upgrade, and it will upgrade your desktop app. I have it on here, GNS3. Like it'll upgrade your application, but not your virtual machine. And so if you want to upgrade your virtual machine, you have to, and the documentation the last time I attempted was not very clear on how to do it. The client, right. Yeah, so the client's very easy to upgrade. But if you want to upgrade the client and the server to the latest version, it's not always as clear cut as it is with EvenG. That's one thing I like about EvenG, I will say, is it's browser based. So you can access all your, the consoles and the labs via the browser. GNS3 is supposedly coming out with, they recognize, I think, that that's one area that they're sorely lacking compared to EvenG. And so they're supposedly coming out with that, but the browsers, it's great being able to use HTML5 or and being able to do native stuff as well. I really like that. And the upgrade of EvenG is just really easy. Like you SSH in, run upgrade, and generally, you're done. So I've also done a YouTube. I did a test. Now this is a while back, but I did a side-by-side speed test of all three: Viral, EvenG, and GNS3. And in my testing, EvenG was faster than the other two. At the time, I was using Viral. Now, I still think you should have a backup lab. So no matter what you choose, yeah, here's the. Well, no, I don't have. I need to create a link for that. Yeah, let's link to that. I'm just kind of doing a few little things here, folks, and not kicking off the lab, because I want to do that right after lunch, which I'm about to do. But yeah, I have I think it's my most viewed video on YouTube still. One thing I try to do with this channel is sort of like cover lab software. And that's why at Cisco Live, I'm going to try to talk to the Viral folks and anyone else who was there. Yeah, I did a lab software showdown. And as you can see here, like I have this was like on stream testing. If you want sort of the quicker summary, where did it go? Yeah. So this is, I need to make a command for this because people ask about this. So we'll make a new command. It's more steps than I like. By the look of it, for GNS here, I literally ran apt upgrade. Yeah, I've tried that as well. And the last time I tried that, I think what ended up happening is I lost some of my configurations when I did the apt upgrade on GNS3. Okay, my wife's texting me what she wants for lunch, so she must be hungry. All right, I'm going to put this command in and share this with you folks in case you want to check it. And let's see, how do I add this? Oh, you have to go to settings, then commands. So we'll say lab software. Yeah, exclamation lab software. And video lab showdown video. Eve NG versus Viral versus GNS3. There you go. So yeah, we now have a command for that. And then I want to create another one for the big virtual machine. Yeah, so the big VM. And currently the one that I have is cost. Yeah. So that's the current VM. And then if you want to do the big VM I'm doing, let's just go ahead and pull them up. E20 SV3. Yeah. So this would be in which region? SCU, South Central US. And we're doing Ubuntu Linux. And this is E20. Yeah, it's this machine right here. So we'll create a new command. Big VM. Oh, Big Lab. We'll call it Big Lab. And it is Ubuntu 16.04 VM. E20 v3, which has 20 CPUs, 20 vCPUs, and 160 gigabyte of RAM. And ladies and gentlemen, it is $1.46 an hour. So that's why I don't run it very often. Full pricing here. And this is really just the same link. So yeah, Big Lab. So you can see the difference. This is 76 cents an hour, and this one is $1.46, so it's almost double. Change cost to small lab. Yeah, good idea, man. We can even do... Let's edit this bad boy. Make sure that works. Yeah, so... Each one, 160, yeah, 160 gig of RAM. My thinking was, what I've noticed with Eve, oh, we got another sub, tier 1 sub. Netizen47, thank you so much for tuning in, my friend, and for the support. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your emote, enjoy the good bits. Man, you guys are making me feel good today. Just that you're tuning in, interacting, and, you know, hanging out. Talking tech, talking Linux, talking Mac, talking security is good stuff, guys. So it is lunchtime. The wife has spoken. The boss is letting us know what she wants for lunch. So I'm going to do a lunch run, but don't worry. I'm going to be back. And we're going to hit this lab, and I'm going to time it because I want to, well, at lunch, I'm going to go get some lunch, and then I'm going to update the terminal on OS X High Sierra so we can just directly terminal into our VMs. We don't have to rely on this clipboard madness from last week, which is annoying for everybody. Thank you so much, Netizen. Happy you are part of the stream as well and a supporter and sub here. Thank you very, very much. Again, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. So just make it even more fun to be on stream. I'll be sitting here waiting for stream to start. Okay, network engineer. Let me go get that grub, and I'm going to get this VM or my OS 10 working right. Thank you. You do the same, and we'll see you all here back. I'm going to say hopefully 1:30. We're going to target 1:30 or 2. And then we're going to go and just, yeah, we're going to eat some boot grub. That's right. Good joke. I get it. Yep. We're going to eat some bootloaders for lunch, man. All right. Thanks, guys. We shall see you back here this afternoon here in the Lantamer stream. All right. Let's do this. Interesting. All right. We are back to labbing, folks. Thanks for joining. And you're here. We are kicking off our INI Foundations lab and got the virtual machine launched. And so we're going to try native console connection this time. As many of you know, I'm using EVE-NG as my lab software, running it out of Azure. Mentors, let's get those good bits, buddy. You know it, Mentors. Let's do it. Let's get them. Mentors, I haven't done anything yet. Glad to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're having a great Saturday. I'm not like fully geared up because in next 3 minutes I just put on some coffee. So we're gonna supplement those good bits with some caffeine, and it's in the French press. Takes about 3 minutes. So I'm about to get up again, but we're getting the lab here launched, and what I decided to do is I thought it would be best just for speed timing is I'm going to go back to the beginning mentors of this lab because I've been practicing the PPPoE configuration stuff and I've been going over that a little every day. So I wanted to see how I would do if I just started fresh and see if I could get all the way through this time. Yeah, I don't have my shades, no bandana, but that will change here in a moment. Yeah, I was having an issue with the reflection of the new ring light into my shades, and it was creating a very odd, strange kind of look there. So I'm not sure what to do about that yet. I have a diffuser, but it's white. I have a orange diffuser as well. I just haven't had time to play with that and see if that would help. But yeah, it's probably a shock to some people. Like, who is this? But yeah, firing up the lab. I already went over my strategy again. And not sure what your thoughts are on this, but I kind of want to approach. Yeah, I'm going to time it as well. I'm going to start, trying to time it. But I don't expect to get a really fast time. I just want to get all the way through it. Not a serious timing of it. I'm really thinking still about the approach, right? How to build the build order. And I kind of like this build order that's laid out in this first foundation lab. And I'm thinking about just sort of following this. Now, this lab is laid out in this way for the most part, so it's pretty straightforward. But for example, it talks about there's a fault in the lab. For me, I probably would not attack that until I've done like all my layer 2. And then the lab solution talks about how you validate your connectivity using ping broadcast or ping in a network broadcast. So I'm thinking I'll get to here and then I'll go through my validation and then I should be able to find this fault, right? So yeah, that's where I'm at. So let me go. I will be right back. I'm gonna get that coffee made, fully suited up here, and we'll be back in just a moment. And we'll start the timer. All right, we're back. I'm going to try these shades because I think they're not as, I don't know, maybe they might not be as reflective, but we shall see. Oh yeah, there they are. It's like as long as I don't put my head up to there, I don't know, we'll see. All right, so we've got hey mentors. Hey, good to be back, a network engineer. And yeah, mentors, we won't waste time. We got this, man. We got this. Yeah, well, that was a big, man, that was a, but we learned a number of things. One is that there's essentially nowhere you can go on in the documentation, really, during the exam that's going to help you too much. Also, the other thing I've done here that I'm going to test is clipboard madness. Hopefully is now resolved, because what we've done is we've enabled native mode. So let's see how this works. Let's see if it works. Oh, I probably have to enable Telnet in Azure from my IP address. So yeah, that might fail. Well, that's good. We know our security's there. So let's go to our NSG. Actually, we'll just go here, I think. Yeah. And okay, 22. Telnet we use 23, I think. Update your flashcards as we go through the lab. Yes, thank you, mentors. Good man. Good man. So inbound security rules. Let's add one here, or can we edit this one? Yeah, let's just say just do that. And see if that works. Good point, mentors. Let's go ahead and load up Anki as well. Now let's see if we can telnet. $4084 54205. Is that allowed outbound? Internet. Terminal window, where did you go? Okay, let me make sure I'm logged in. Okay, native console. Okay, it looks like it's trying to go to the correct. Let me just try it from here. Connection refused. Okay, did I do the wrong port? It says, Yeah, 22 is SSH. '23, that's what I thought. Okay, just checking. Maybe it wants destination port ranges. Save. Let me make sure I'm on the correct NSG here. Virtual machine. Oh, maybe that wasn't the correct one. Networking. No, that's the correct one. Oh, hold on a second. Destination port ranges, yeah. Tunnel out on the VM itself, and it's using a non-standard port. Look at the terminal, you see the port it's using. Well, I could do... oh, I could actually Wireshark this. Yeah, that'll be more fun. The console, let's see. Telnet, 4084. Oh, 23. Yeah, it's certainly refusing the connection. I'm not sure why. That must be the virtual machine. Let's see. IP tables enabled telnet. Yes, it does do that. Azure Firewall, VM Firewall, has said above the fact that your devices each have their own telnet port. Yeah, so it must be using proprietary ports, right? But the thing is, even if I telnet from here... oh, you know what? May have... no, that's not the case. It's cool, like when I do my IP here, my IPv6 address by default, because I'm running IPv6. But the fact I'm able to get to... the fact that I'm able to get to the web interface tells me that my IP is allowed. So let's just see what Wireshark says here. And we'll do IP address equals 40.84.54.205. All right. Yes, correct. 32769. You're right. Yeah, so I'm going to need a range of ports. That is true. Yeah, good tip, network engineer. I hadn't thought about... You know, Viral used to do the same thing, to be honest. It would... So what we can do is... I think EvenG, the documentation tells you... Thing is, I was unable to telnet, though. Well, it may not be listening on... So you have a point there, a network engineer. Even though I go to a terminal and I do this, doesn't mean that VM is listening on 23, right? So let's go to the documentation and see what ports we need to open up. You can't open all ports. Yeah, true. I do want to learn what it's using, though. Let's go back up to the top, because one thing I found, folks, by the way, I'm going to let them know, but this has the wrong command. That's what took me a while, and why I guess it didn't work before. I didn't notice. The command they had in here left out an S, so I'm going to let the team know so that they can correct that on how to enable Telnet in Mac OS X. But other than that, the instructions were great. Ports. Between 1 and 65,000. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna have to open up pretty much everything, which is fine. It's logged down to my IP, so. I don't know though, the NSG, if it, I guess I could do any. Let's see, there you go. You can open all ports, then in the VM block all, except, right. IP tables on Linux, right. Usually it's not listening. Right, usually if it's not listening, you would get a delay, right? But the connection refused, I think you're right, means that, you know, and there's no way for me to know like exactly what ports these are using before I click. So let's see if it works now. Yay. Woohoo. There we go, folks. One thing I want to do here is show run. Yeah, good teamwork, guys. Great teamwork. I want to see if, okay, first of all, I want to change the console before I get started, before I start the timer. I want to update the startup configs for these because I want it to be basically line console 0 and make sure this works. I still have that open. I don't. I think it's just line console 0 and privilege level 15. We should try that. Save. Because that's going to be a pain to have to type enable every time. Line console 0 privilege. Okay, death by hyphens or lack thereof. Let me change that. And then we'll update each of these routers. Privilege space level 15. And we'll do that. Oh, it's on router. No, it's not. Save. Save. All right, good deal. Okay, we can stop capturing now. Man, I miss Wireshark. I actually have not been in Wireshark in a hot minute. And when I was labbing for the written, I was in it all the time. Let's see, usually timeout. Chances are there's a base port though. Yeah, then it just counts up incrementally per device. That's what I would think, because if they're just using like a random function. How are they going to make sure they don't run over themselves, right? Does this work on the switch? I think the same command will work on the switch. Oh, did you find it in the docs? You're awesome, dude. Oh, times pod plus 1. Interesting. So there is a formula. It starts 32768. So what I could do here is say, first of all, we allow 22. Oh, that's in the IP. Hello. Don't want to do that. Cancel. Discard. Destination port range will be 22 through 6500. Only allow this port plus 1,000, theoretically, right? Just for the sake of time, we'll do that, and then what we'll do is play with that a little bit later. We're going to try to start these switches. I want to make sure. What happens now? This should be interesting. What happens when I console to all nodes? If that works, man. Also, if we could get rid of that escape character, port ranges. All right, let's try that. You are the man, network engineer. Let's do that, because we don't necessarily want to open up, even though it's our own address. Soon to be a network. There you go. STV. S2V. Okay, good. Once one of them starts, they need like a little bit of an interval. So I want to see. Oh, you'll do it, man. I can already tell. You'll do it. So we've got this window open too, thanks to Mentors got me to make sure I keep Anki. I'm going to keep Anki over there. This is still open. Good. And then these are still booting up. I wonder how we can get rid of the escape character. Man, that's quick though. All right. So we've got that in place. I wonder if, I don't think I'll use FTP, but that's one thing I had to enable is FTP. And of course that also uses ephemeral ports. Yeah, I don't, probably not either, huh? I've never spent any time trying it. All right, let's see if the console command works on the switch image. Does. Good, so let's update that and then we'll reset everything to the startup configs. And then we will be good to go. So switch 1. Don't think that's still in my clipboard. It's not. Line con 0. Privilege. All right, so we're going to insert this. Insert that. There's some other things I could add in here, like no IP domain lookup, things like that. Oh, it's there. Good. All right. So now let's set set nodes, startup config. I think we just have to wipe. You can probably set that linecon 0 config as a default startup config thing for the image. You can. There is a way to do that. Eve has it as well. There's a file that you can edit. Oh, when it wipes them, it stops the routers, doesn't it? Makes sense. All right, let's start them all back up. Yeah, there's so much that I haven't really taken the time on Eve. Like, I tell you, if I was using Eve, especially Pro, in a lab scenario, like we actually had it company I work at, we I think we still have a lab, which was pretty ample, like a physical lab. We had a console server that we could remote into. The console server was on our management network, and then the lab had its own network, and we had Nexus 7, a pair of Nexus 7s, still have them, I think, unless they've been parted out or sold. Some 5Ks, some ASAs. But my point is, if I were using even G for like the Pro version for labbing, you know, like doing POCs and things like that at a company, we can stop this guy. We don't need him to run, although it doesn't hurt anything. Yeah, I'd have this pretty, if I'd have it to where there's a default setup, and also like the lab would revert to a certain configuration every time you booted up the server, you know, or restarted the server. And Azure actually just came out with a new version of, they have something called Azure Labs. I don't know why I had that all caps. Azure Lab Services. So they have something like this where you can set up a bunch of VMs in a lab environment and easily, you know, you can do scheduling, you can scale it, you can do for like hackathons, customer trials, developer machines and test environments, class or professional training. And it's pretty cool. Like it's got some automation built in terms of like having a template and then having lessons. Kind of reminds me of DevNet a little bit, but you build your own DevNet. So I don't know what it costs, but all right, we'll wait for I do have a timer on this, so that's sort of a delayed boot up. So let's just check these though and see. Nice, right into enable mode. Okay, I think we're about ready to start the timer. I want to start a Pomodoro timer just to stretch. This is what I do on a normal day. And I'm also going to get, so I think the lab is pretty much getting ready here. Let's open all, console to all nodes. That's the only problem is, that's one thing I liked about the HTML5. Console to all nodes doesn't really work with this that I've seen, and I'm fine with that. Yeah, HTML5 does work that way. Like it opens all the tabs. That's okay. We won't have our same clipboard issues. And for that, I am going to be very thankful. So what we'll do is just open and close as we need. Let's see. If I do exit there. Okay, yeah. That's probably the thing to do. And I'll try to make this larger because view bigger, yeah. We're kind of in new territory here, right? We're doing new. Let's see. Doesn't Mac Terminal have tabs? It does, but like you can't. It's going to open the even G kicks us off in its own windows, and I don't think you can like collapse one into another one. If I know the port numbers though, I guess I could do it myself. Like I could do, oh, you know what? Here we go. So I could do telnet 50.84.54.205.327.70. I think there's some wrapper that runs around this. Yeah, even if I try to connect myself, there's some wrapper that runs around this process. Wrong IP? Okay. His mentor's eyes are bad. Oh yeah, you're following right along with me. Oh, I did 50. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's try that. So let's do new tab. And telnet 40.84.54.205.32770. It did work. Nice. We could do that. This is how I used to do GNS3. So here's a question. Will my DNS work? It should work now, I would think. I had the reason I do IP is for the Wireshark wrapper needs it. But I have the host name here. Yeah. So what I could do, telnet 32,770. Telnet. Or is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine. Sweet. All right, let's close this. Now the thing about this, folks, and I will lab this different. I'm actually going to switch to more of a where's our console buddy Casadix? He never. I know, right? And he's actually the one that. The funny thing is, I was not even going to attempt native connection. Oh, did we time out? I was not going to attempt native connection because I've tried it before, but I just didn't pay close attention. And Casadix said, no, it works. Yeah, we lost our, it times out. Yes. There we go. But he's like, yeah, it works. So thanks to him, I actually persisted a little more today and saw that you type in the command, but the command does not actually work that they ask you to type. So let's go to that. And about this size be about right, I would say. Does it do that for all windows? It does not. Let's go 1, 2. Okay, and then all right. So here we go. We'll have our notes down here. Oh, there's is 3F over here? He is. Okay. All right, this can go. We will need the switches, so let's figure those out. I'm assuming they'll just go the next port up. Three, 2, 7, 7, 9. Okay, they do. Terminate. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. $780, $781. Oops. Where's our buddy? You get a lab with us, Network Ginger. The more merrier. We may pick your brain. That's right, man. We are equal opportunity victim seekers. So Okay, so I'm going to put these towards the back. I don't want to make it too easy because the real lab, it's not this easy. But, excuse me, we, at some point, folks, I am going to switch over to a PC. And we're going to use putty with a, you know, we're going to make it hard like it is in the real lab. Like you don't get it this easy in the real lab, right? So 3, 4, or 1. Okay. Maybe one day I'll understand what you're playing with. Sure will, man. All right, lab is up. So let us get ready to do our thing here. And I'm going to put the, yeah, our file is going to be open down here. This is a lab config. I don't think I need a separate. I want to rename that. Yeah, let's rename these. Okay, so lab config is a build order. Build order strategy. And this will be INE Foundation Lab 1 practice. Rename the text. Rename to text. Thank you. Can we try a trial run of copy and paste config to test? Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So let's take yeah, we'll actually try that here in a minute because I'm about to do the first configuration. Let me get a timer ready. So, well, let's just do, I see what you're saying. So let's do like conf t terminal line 0 through 15. Enable. Uh-oh. Copy. It's not allowing paste, is it? Oh, that's not good. Oh, connection closed. Let's try it here. Okay. It works just router 1. We need to set the timeout. You know that? That's probably what we need here. Oops. Let's do session timeout in minutes. So what is like 8 hours in minutes? 60 times 8, 480. Let's say 500. There we go. Let's do that on this on the config. Session timeout 500. I think that's what we need. Session timeout 500. Okay. And let's do it on these. So it's going to be, we'll do copy paste here. Conf t line con 0 session timeout 500. Yeah. Oh, it only pasted the, oh, we already timed out. Look at that. Yeah, it must be really, well, that's a bummer. Okay. Wow, all those timed out. I hope that's what it is. All right, we're going to close that one anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should do a script to, I should do a bash script for this. Was using Atom for the longest. Sublime is still my go-to. I was gonna, yeah, right. So we would want to do, what is it? Bin bash. And we're gonna want to say something like this. Oh yeah, no space, right? Space might work, not sure. Okay. This will be 80, 80, 81. Seven, 88, and 89. That's router. That's up to switch 1. 90, switch 2, 3, 4. For now, we'll just save it to the desktop. We'll say launch all terminals. And we will do, actually I could do a terminal here. Terminal in Visual Studio Code, yeah. And cd. And it's chmod, list ls ch. You ever play with Tmux LAN? No, I have not. I played with Screen. that lets you sort of multiplex your terminals. So we're going to say chmod plus x launch. Before we try it, do that. Okay, network engineer, thanks for hanging out, man. It was good to have you here. Appreciate all the inputs. Okay, that doesn't really work. So we need to do... Okay, see you in 30 minutes. I'll be here. We will be here. Yeah, we'll be here a few hours. All right, so we want to launch... Oh, you know what? I bet we could do... change all. Yeah. I wonder if this would work. Let's just try this first. No. I think we need to do like this. But those should be launched in, I know what we need to do here, I think. Let's go to Notes, Linux, not that. I want to launch from Bash in parallel. Let's do a search on that. Bash launch program in parallel. And, okay. With a new parallel, it's as easy, yeah. Running command immune to hangups. Okay, let's try them in parallel. So it'd be and. And this would be All right, let's get rid of this extra space we have here. There we go. And here we're going to do, this is 80. And this is 92. I'm going to do this. Okay, let's try it now. I know it's taking a little extra time, but this will be good in the long run, actually, for... Okay, that's my little timer. I need to take a little bit of a stand-up break here, but before I do, we're going to test this out. File, save. Launch all terminals. Yep, that's not what we want to do. Oh, 82, 83, 84. All right. We'll have to play with that later. If we can get our timeout set up, we should be good for a while. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to do a little stand-up break and stretch the legs. And I'll see you in just a moment. You know, Casadix told me he wrote a script to do this. I just now thought of that. Can I see what posts he has done? I think he posted it here. Or was it in the GNS3 forum? Oh man, it wasn't all that long ago. I should be able to search for his... Well, mentions. Was it here? Man, yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, we will get back to it. Copy this, and we're going to just hit each one. 32779. We'll start with that one. Actually, you know what's really good at this is Excel. Although it is slow on the Mac, I'll tell you that. Paste. See, it's like bewitched. All you do is you put in a pattern, and Excel's like, okay, I'll take it from here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. RFP 0308, what is that? Oh, have they switched around? Or did I start at the wrong number? Three, 2, 7, 6, 9. Ah, okay. Well, that would be a problem. And this one should be 70. Okay, we'll get it straight here eventually. So we've got the 4 switches. That's good. All right, so let's do now the routers. Router 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, do what I'm telling you to do. Thank you. 9. We need one more. 10. Okay. Close Excel. Which 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll make this bigger. Well, actually, we'll make it smaller, and then we'll go... Oh, let's do timeout thing before we time out again. Switch 1. Okay. Now we'll make it bigger. And get it fit in the window, and then we'll get started. Finally. Okay. So, getting back to business here. Back to the real work. Do we want music? It's up to y'all. You folks. Perfecto. Perfecto. All right. So practice is what we will be labbing out of. And let's get a timer going here finally. Countdown timer website. Online stopwatch. That's what I've usually used in the past. And we're going to do a man, what a lot of spam. Some tunes could be nice. Not the guitar riffs though. All right. You let me know, man. So much spam on these sites. Jeez Louise. I'm just gonna, I'm so sick of seeing, I don't remember which playlist that was, Mentor, so just let me know if one of them triggers it. Let's see here. And I have to put it through my headphones so it doesn't come through the microphone. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna put a time on here. Any jazz? I do not have some, but check this out. I need some new playlists because I've been using the same playlist for a while, and it's royalty free. Chat window, where did you go? You should be on desktop number 2. Somehow, desktop number 2, you have moved yourself into the wrong position. Yes, we can get some more. We'll try some here on stream. Let's see. Let's go with genre, jazz and blues. How's that? iTunes, when I do that, I want you to go away. Thank you. So we'll try some of these. If we like it, we'll download it and add it to new. All right, I need to adjust something because in my ears that sounds really loud. Still too loud in my ears. What? That's so annoying, man. Okay. There you go. Yeah, let me know how that is. Did we time out again? Well, that is not gonna work. That is triggering me right now. Telnet connection closed by foreign host. Why is that happening? How do we exec timeout? Right. Yeah, that wasn't even 10 minutes though. This is not exec timeout. This is session is timing out. The absolute timeout terminates the connection after the specified time period has elapsed, regardless of whether the connection is being used. Exec timeout 00. I have read that before. Okay, we're gonna try that. That is just not gonna work out. A little low, okay. We can definitely bump it up. What we're gonna have to do, this is not a playlist and it doesn't just play. So what we'll do is we'll just grab a bunch of these and create a new playlist. They're kind of short, huh? I say put the download right next to the scroll bar. Some good UI design there. All right, so let's go iTunes and create a new playlist. Stream jazz. I don't know why that thing syncs every time. All right, let's grab all these MP3s. There we go. All right, exec timeout 00. Conf T. Geez, let's see if this works. One day we will start this lab, I promise. It might be 9 o'clock at night, but we'll get there. All right, we're gonna see if this one stays up before we get tricked again. Before we get jebaited. Got it. Okay, cool. All right, so now time start. I want to document all these too because time start. 15:03. And I'm going to actually create a new document because this one has now become something completely different. Setup. Not what I wanted, not the result I wanted. This is really the lab setup. This is lab 1 practice. I don't know what just happened there. Is it duplicated? What the heck? Okay, let's... Did not want to do that. Okay, this is EvenG setup. So take the time out of that. I have no idea what just happened there, but anyway, this is practice. So this is going to be time start. 15:05. Man, that is like over an hour just to get the console set up. Still working. We're gonna leave it there for a minute. Okay. Time start. Whew. Ether channel. Configure switch 1's links to switch 2, 3, and 4 as separate port channels, number 12, 13, and 14. Now, we're going to do this via... We're not going to do this via LACP. We'll use PAGP for this, right? So switch 1. I need another like indicator for this that I can search. Should we do that? Switch 1, yeah. Plenty of space. So we're going to say yeah, we have to look at this because INE does not provide us a diagram for in the workbook for this portion of the lab. Somehow somebody forgot to put that in or something. I don't know what happened there. The default timeout normally 4 minutes, correct? Because this is minutes and seconds. That's a good question. You know what we could do? I think that was... I think the Boson had that question for the written exam. Show run all. It's time to get our... This is not BB8. I forget this one. This guy's not BB, whatever he is. Anyway, this is my coffee. What would be the show command for that? Show line console 0. This is router 2, so by default it is 10 minutes. You're right. Oh, okay, there was in the older 4. There might be. I'm going to assume this is the same. See, session limit is not set, so that's good. So we're just going to leave that there and see if this times out while the other one doesn't. Because that is annoying as you know what. All right, so on this one, I'm going to go by, we're going to move this over here. And we're going to say interface range, GI1, 2 through 3. We're going to do switch port trunk incap dot 1Q. We know we need that. Oh, let's just do our channel groups first. There's a couple things we have to do. Channel group 12 mode dynamic. I believe that's right. And interface range GI 0, 2 through 3. That'll be 13. And then GI 0 or GI 1, 0 through 1, be 14. Which means switch 2 will be interface GI 1, 2, 3. We'll put auto here just to mimic kind of what they wanted us to do with LACP. We'll do the same with PAGP, right? Let's go with switch 3. He will be GI 0, 2 through 3. And then that's jazzy, all right. It's nice. Nice to have something else kind of playing. GI 1, 0 through 1, and this will be 14. Oh, that will be 13. 13, 12, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Okay, good. Switch 1 should use LACP in active while they're in passive. That's right. Trunking. Read the port channels as static 802.1q trunk links. Okay, so that means let's switch 1. Interface range GI 0 or 1, 0 through 3. And GI's 0, 2 through 3. Switch port trunk and cap dot 1q. Switch port mode trunk. Switch port. All right, same on switch 3, switch 4. And then we also have another port here, which I think is going towards, it's GI00. So it says interface GI00 as a static 802.1q trunk link. So switch port trunk and cap dot 1q, switch port mode trunk. Okay. Oh, this should be on the ports. Port channels. That's right. Interface range. Port channel 12 through 14. And this should be interface PO12. And interface PO14. All right, that's my brake indicator. I'm just going to stand up for just a moment. Stretch. How are our consoles doing here? Let's check on those. I like it as well, nice and smooth. Yeah. Gary Clark Jr. is here today playing at Curtis Hilton Waterfront Park if you dig jazz. Oh, okay, some great bands at the Strawberry Festival. Strawberry Festival, eh? Ah, that was it. Exact timeout. Nope, they're both timed out. Dadgummit. What is up with that? Is that a firewall setting in Azure or something? The heck? All right, we won't, we're just gonna have to keep going. I don't know if we're worse off or better off with the clipboard issue or the timeout, console timeouts, but we gotta just keep on rolling. All right, trunking, configure the port channels. Yep, trunks, VTP. Here, switch 1 is a VTP server and domain CCIE. So, VTP domain CCIE. And down here, we're going to do switch to VTP mode client. Configure VLANs 21, 22, 121, 122 on switch 1. Okay. We will do that. VLAN 21. When complete, yes, they all should be on VTP. Okay. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm just going to work off of this. And when they close, they close. It's a shame, though. We'll figure it out at some point. Oh, this might be a thing with the image, eh? They suggest to access using the management interface. No matter what you do. Is this setting some in viral and has nothing to do with exact timeout? Open, let's see, disable serial timeout. Oh, this is annoying. Yeah, so it must be something with the router image, or even G and how it works. Tonight at 7:30, only $30. Oh, I think I heard about this. Yeah, I asked my wife earlier if she wanted to go anywhere, and I think she's kind of tired today. Man, it looks like a cool little festival, though. Plant City. Nice. Does Tampa have a good number of shows? Like, are they pretty good about keeping? I know, Orlando has quite a few concerts and things. I'm sure Tampa does, probably more. Orlando's kind of small, to be honest. Which is okay, not complaining. Not by any means. All right, let's see how far we get. Paste this whole thing in. Let's see what happens. This is switch 1. Yeah, we always have something going, especially old school shows. Yeah, those are the best, man. Okay, channel group 12, mode. Okay, interface range, GI, channel group 12, mode, desirable. Yes, I knew that. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, it does not like me putting in the VLAN numbers. Okay, VLAN 21 through 22. Oh, it does let me do that. Okay, good to know. That's interesting. So let's do an Anki card for that. Cisco iOS. A command to create a series of VLANs. 21, 22, 121, 122, 123. So it'd be VLAN. Good to know. Oh, well, last year that it was actually fun. Cool. You should try and meet up and catch New Kids on the Block bash to CRYs relive their bad boy crushes. I know, right? Crazy, man. Those they're probably raking in money too these days, which is cool. Yeah, I saw that they were having another concert like that. All right, let's try switch 2. Oh, we're just gonna do it from here because this thing is being retarded. This is not compatible. Yes, it is compatible. VTP digest checks some mismatch on receipt of equal revision summary on trunk port. It changed it to CCIE. All right, we'll check on that in a minute. Meantime, let's check switch 3. Show VTP status. Number of existing VLANs 5. Okay, the MD5 digest. Mismatch on trunk. Why is there a mismatch? Oh, we're not getting VTP messages. PO13. That's our root port. All right. BTP mode server. BTP mode client. I wonder if VTP messages are not getting across. This is the same issue, I think, as last week, where layer 2. BTP undivided mismatch on receipt of equal revision summary. Okay, let's just do, all right, VTP mode client. VTP domain test. And VTP domain CCIE. Okay, this configuration revision 3. Show VTP status. Yeah, see, it's an order of operations kind of thing. Now the digest matches. Weird. Show VTP status. Okay. VTP mode client. This already is. Okay. Let's go to switch 4, who's probably like, what are you guys doing? Show ether channel summary. Nice. Good deal. Okay, I think we're through that. Spanning tree. You know, I need to remember end at the end of these. End. Okay. And I'm just going to close these. Spanning tree. Enable per VLAN spanning tree, rapid spanning tree on enable per VLAN rapid spanning tree on switch 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your switch 1 as a RPVST root bridge for all configured VLANs. Ensure that no topology change notifications are sent throughout the spanning tree domain if switch 1's FA01. Okay, I know what to do here. I'm going to say config T, spanning tree mode rapid, and spanning tree priority VLANs 1 through 4094 priority 0. And then interface GI00 spanning tree port fast trunk. Then here we want to do figure terminal spanning tree mode rapid end. Gotta remember to put end at the end. Spanning tree mode rapid end. And, oh, configure terminal. Did I not put configure terminal up here? I did not. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. All right, going back to switch 1. Let's grab this. Okay, spanning tree VLAN 1 through 4094 priority 0. Okay, we need a card for that. Command configure a switch as root bridge for all as spanning tree protocol for all VLANs. Spanning tree. Let's get the syntax right. VLAN 1 through 4094 priority 0. Okay, should be good here. And let's go to switch 2. All the other switches are going to be this. All right, let's check our work. Show spanning tree, VLAN 22. Rapid spanning tree protocol, port 65, which is port channel 12. And the root is at PO12. And its priority is 22, which is correct. Okay, so far so good. We're moving at a good clip because we're now on PPPoE. Woohoo! Bigger PPPoE connection between router 1 and router 3. So let's make a new router 1. Establish a PPPoE session over the gigabit GI0113 interface. So interface GI0113, no IP address. R3 is a server and R1 is a client. So we're going to say PPPoE client. Dialer pool 1, I think. What is the IP address? Took a bit longer than I thought, but hello, hey man, no problem. Took me a lot longer than I thought to. I tried to play around with these telnet sessions to get them consistent, but no matter what you do, they disconnect after 15 minutes. I think it's an image thing, like the viral image, what I was reading. So we're just running with it, but it's going well. So here we're going to say dialer. Oh man, now I can't remember. Okay, we're going to hack it on the router. So we're going to say, turns out I missed a caller this week for an interview at an ISP. Connected with the interviewer at LinkedIn. He told me good luck with the second one. Oh, good. How is it that you did not know? Oh, you missed the call earlier. Dialer. PPPoE client, dial pool number 1. And then I think it's interface dialer 1. And it is oh, I gotcha. A network engineer. Yeah, that's happened to me before for sure. PPPoE. Nope. On this one, we just do IP address 100.1.13.1. And there's one other command. Dialer pool 1. Yeah. Dialer. And its IP address. Yeah, I use Google Voice for pretty much everything because problem is especially if a recruiter gets a hold of it, they don't leave you alone. Like have them send me Facebook requests and like, let's keep that separate, man. I'll call you. Don't call me, I'll call you. I generally return all calls. The number is unless it's Google. Yeah. All right, so I think that is the client configuration. Now we need to go to router 3. And router 3 is going to be end. I burn bridges with a fair amount of vessel recruiters. Yeah. Some of those bridges you want to burn. Interface GS0113, no IP address. And this will be PPPoE client. Oh gosh, I can't. Interface GS0113, no IP address. No, it is BBA. What is this command? Oh, no, it's not encapsulation. Oh, it's just PPPoE, enable, group global, that's right. Enable group global. Then it is BBA group global, encapsulation PPP. Nope, not yet. Interface virtual template 1. Interface virtual template 1. IP address. So this is encapsulation PPP. And this is IP address 10.100.13.3. I believe that's how it goes. Let's find out. BBA group global. BBA group. PPPoE global. This is tough, man. I've tried to memorize this. So we don't need, I guess, encapsulation. It's just a virtual template 1. And then it's virtual template 1. PPP. Okay, yeah, this goes here. I'm gonna keep working on it. I want to keep working on it until I can do it in my sleep. All right, so now we should have connectivity. Let's do a... We never did go back and do our check, our layer 3 check. So we should do that now on our routers. And I'm going to pull up my diagram here on the left. And let's do ping. To 5 GI01122 source. Is that the best way to do it, or is the best way to do it? Or the interface is up? Show IP interface brief. Okay, they are. Okay, let's check the switches. I never did check that. Yeah, so this is our first kind of round of validation. Well, I know these are up because, yeah. Yeah, let's just see what we get out here if we do a broadcast. Hmm. Ping 10.10.12. Oh, this is where we might have router 1 we know has an issue. Show run interface J001. Oh, dialer is 100.1.13.1. And so ping 100.1.13.3. Nope, no connectivity there. Let's check router 3. It says it's down. Wrong IP address. Okay, interface virtual template 1. IP address 100.1.13.3. I see you ditch tabs. Yeah, they the timeouts. They're timing out too fast. And after initial research, it looks like that is just the way the that's the way it behaves. Is IP routing not on? .1.1.121. We've got layer 2 issues still, looks like. Let's check our VLANs. Okay, we probably need IP routing. Interface VLAN 21, no shut. Interface VLAN 121, no shut. Okay, let's go to switch 2. Actually, let's look. Show IP routing. Huh. Okay, let's look at show IP interface brief. Why you know log sync? What do you mean? No interface, no shut, interface VLAN 122. Mean no logging console? Why you know log sync, man? Show IP interface brief. Yeah, this is gonna help. Or Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. There's some other things that aren't set. Generally, when I use the INE topology, I think I actually have a default configuration in EVE-NG. Oh, you know what? It's not here. Yeah, there is a way in Pro that you can set your standard configurations, and I think I have that set up. But not, I don't think I have it on this server. That way it doesn't, yeah, I know what you mean though. That's where you're typing and then a log message takes over your, because it's asynchronous currently, right? The default. All right, let's check our connectivity now. Ping 10.10.12.2. I think that's right. .10.10.12. That is incorrect IP address. So IP address, there's more than one error here. I'm seeing 10.1.12.1. Now that's working. Okay, show IP error brief. Ping 10.1.121.11. I'm not sure what that is over here. 10.1.121.21. Okay. .1.1.121.1. This is up. VLAN 121. VLAN.121. That's correct. Ping 10.1.121 dot. .1.1.121.21 is VLAN 121. And this is VLAN 121. Source GI01121. Says it is up. No. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at the subnet configuration. Show run interface VLAN 255.255.255.0. .1Q 121 124. IP routing. Ping 10.1.121.21. So it must be layer 2 issue. This would be connecting via GI01. Okay, I think I know. GI00. I think I noticed that was down. Yeah, interface GI 0, 0. Wait. Okay, that is up. GI 0, 0 is up. Trunked. PO12, trunking native VLAN. GI00 is not trunking. Spanish report fast edge trunk. Show. Yep, see, we lost that one. PO13. So why is, let's see here. Can router 1 and 2 talk to each other? I'll bet they can. Um, 10 dot. Yeah. Something going on with the switches. .10.1. Let me see if we can reach switch 2. No, it can't. Okay. Oh, this GI00 is administratively down. Should not matter. GI01 is connected here. But this is not trunking. GI00. Go back to switch 1. Show interface trunk. Oh, show ether channel summary. I didn't think 00 was in any of these, and it's not. Just spanning tree, VLAN 122. This bridge is the root. Yeah, it's not forwarding on GI00. Why not? Show run interface GI00. Switch port. Trunk, static access. Voice VLAN none. Trunking VLANs enabled all. Pruning VLANs enabled. Are we running pruning? Capture mode disabled, captured. Pruning is disabled. Show run interface GI00. Is it because the port fast? GI00, no span, port fast, edge, trunk. See what happens. Show interface trunk. Switchboard trunk ncap.1q, switchboard mode trunk. Why is it not trunking? Now it's trunking. It's not in the forwarding state though. Oh, it's administratively down, but that's GI00. That doesn't matter. GI01 is up. Now it says it's forwarding. There we go. Okay. It just took it a minute. Yes, some of are correct, but it... Hey, you got it. Yeah. Now I have to put spanning tree. Port fast. And keep it up as a trunk. Network. That was a problem, I think. All right, let's see if it stays up. Show spanning tree. Be right back. I'm going to install some hubs into your network. Okay, yeah, man. Go for it. Let's get a spanning tree loop going, man. Yeah, for fast. Tell me about it. All right, now let's see. It's blocking. Okay. Bridge assurance. Spanning tree. Edge trunk. Yeah, which is exactly what we're doing, but the requirements say I want to turn it off and then see. Yeah, it says FA01 should be... I'll bet that's this interface. It's saying that spanning tree should be turned on so that at this interface goes down, it does not cause a TCNs to be sent out. I'm going to put it on 01. Spanning tree. Actually show this router 1. Report fast edge. Okay. So continuing to test our connectivity here. That was my little bell. Means I need to take a quick break. And I'll be BRB, folks. It's hard to believe it's 4 o'clock already. All right, so connectivity. Check against the diagram here. Ping 10.1.12.2. Ping 10.1.121.21. Pings, ping 10.1.122.22. Good to go. Ping 100.1.13.3. All right, that's our PPPoE. So show run interface jazz 0113. I don't think we're supposed to have interface jazz 0113. No PPPoE. Oh, it adds that by default, I guess. Show run interface jazz 0113. Oh, yeah, interface jazz 0113. PPPoE client dial pool number 1. And then show run interface dialer. Oh, is it supposed to have? Show IP interface brief. Seems like we're missing one command. Encapsulation. That was completely useless thing to do, to type question mark on an interface. Let's look at our Anki card here. Or that's the server. Okay, this says encapsulation PPP. Thought I tried to put that on here. There it is. I missed it. I thought I hadn't seen it, but okay. So now let's look at the server. I think we're good here from router 1's perspective. I thought there was a dog outside weeping. Blues, man. All right, that says up now. Ping 100.1.13.1. Yay. Okay, show PPPoE session. Local MAC. VLAN 13, port PTA. PTA meeting. All right, that's good. We got that. We left out one command. It was a very important command, but yeah. All right, continue to check connectivity. So router 1 is good. Let's check our connectivity on router 2. We're at just the base connectivity phase here. Checking layer 3. Checking our work in the layer 2 configurations. Ping 10.1.121.21. Oh no, that's the wrong. He cannot reach that yet. 222.21. I think that's it. Switch 1. .21, yeah. 221.21. There we go. Ping 10.1.222.22, assume. Oh, this is switch 1. Yeah, we need to look at switch 2. Yeah, it pings. All right, good. Ping 200.1.24.4. Good. Router 2 is good to go. Let's check router 3. Ping 100.1.39.9. Good. Ping 10.10.10. No. 100.1.103.10. Good. Ping 100.1.35.5. Good. Router 3 is good. Let's just check router 4. I tried this earlier. I didn't get anything off of this. .1.24.2. Aha, we might have an issue with this. Router 4 show run interface jazz 0 1 24. Oh, VRF, that's right. VRF 1. Ping VRF 1 200.1. Yay. Nice. Router 4 is good. Router 5, all we need to do is check here, ping 10.1.57.7. Good. Ping .1.68. No, ping 10.1.56.6. Good. Router 6. Ping 10.1.68.8. We only need to check a few connections on these routers. That's good. Router 7. Router 7 is good. Router 8 is good. Router 9. Let's check him. Make sure he can ping his neighboring switch 10.1.239.3. Ooh. Okay, show IP interface brief. Show run interface jazz 0 1 239. Okay, that looks right. So let's check switch 3. Switch 3 should have a VLAN interface for that. Oh, it's 23. Okay. There we go. Nice. And then router 10 needs to be able to talk to his neighboring switch. I'm going to assume that's 24. The diagram doesn't say. .1.124.4. Interesting, this diagram is actually wrong. Well, it might be right, but I thought this network is used somewhere else. 10.1.123. Unless, you know INE, they're going to be sneaky. Just for some cheap tricks. Well, the diagram says 123, so that's what I'm going to do. IP address 10.1.123.10. IP routing in a LAN sub is only allowed if that sub is already configured as part of. Okay. Oh, wrong sub interface. No, interface GS 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. Interface GS 0, 1, 1, 2, 4. And we're going to do the same over here. Even though it says VLAN 124. Oh, interface VLAN 124. Because it just doesn't make logical sense. Like, everything else says VLAN 124, and the subnet matches the SVI number. But on here, and the other reason I say that is INE sometimes has typos in their own stuff. Like even in the solution, you see that the diagram had a typo. But for now, we'll go literal. We'll go exactly what it has. My concern here would be that like this is an overlapping network somewhere else, right? I've seen a lot of that. I've seen it in network lessons also. I've seen typos. I pray to, whoever that they won't have, that I won't go down in the CCI because of someone's typo. Overlapping is another name for any cast with failure. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Can I screenshot that? And give you, I will of course give you credit, my friend. That's awesome. I love the good network jokes. See, no one understands us. We understand us, though. We understands us. By the way, let me check this and make sure that this is correct. Router 1. Yeah, this is the statement I missed right here. Encapsulation, PPP. I just made that up on the spot, right? Basic network knowledge. I found it quite funny. Oh, it's very funny. All right, so we verified our basic layer 2, layer 3. Now we're on PPPoE authentication. So the requirements here are CHAP authentication between R1 and R3, their host name and password RSV5. So all we have to, all we have to do here is say for your terminal, username R3, password RSV5, and interface dialer 1, PPP authentication CHAP. I think that's right. We're gonna get some help from the router here in a second. How you doing there, Jack? How's your labs going? Are you like way ahead of me? CHAP is not the most secure, but it's more secure than PAP. PAP is sent in clear text. CHAP is hashed, I believe. Username R3, password RSV5. Interface dialer 1, PPP authentication, CHAP. And now that should go down. MS-CHAP is better, but I don't... I know you can use MS-CHAP on Cisco routers with Radius and TACACS. I don't think you can use it with PPPoE though. Yeah, I think they support it with Radius and with Radius. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I don't know which version though. You can't. Oh, it does. Really? Okay. On your terminal. All right, we'll give it a shot here in a sec. I think that they just don't, at least in the CCIE routing and switching, they don't test on MS-CHAP. It's not part of the blueprint. Would that be practical on a point-to-point connection? I know with MS-CHAP doesn't rely on another server. I don't know much about it. Let me look at the blueprint real quick. Let me make sure I'm saying the right thing, because if I'm not... CHAP. Yeah, it only tests us on PAP and CHAP. MS-CHAP. I don't know why. I know I have configured MS-CHAP using Radius before. Okay, it does not require a server. All right. Let's see here. If we go to interface, oh, we need to configure username R1, password RSB5, interface virtual template 1, P authentication. They do version 2 and they do EAP as well. I've done EAP when working with wireless. I don't remember exactly what. PPP authentication CHAP. CHAP sounds cool though. Hey, CHAP. Overlaps with virtual template. I think I got this error before and I think it can be ignored. Yeah. So I know that with I know that let me think of my terms here for a second. I've worked on this before. I can't think of it at the moment. I know EAP is Extensible Authentication Protocol. Show PPPoE session. Okay, it is up. Ping 100.1.38.3. Yay, good. Protected? Okay. Oh, for PEEP? Yeah. I got my peeps. Google, yeah, confirmed. So with 802.1x, I know that sometimes you use EAP packets to, that it's part of the, can be part of the device authentication. And that if you enable .1x control on a port, by default, it does allow EAP packets. It only allows like EAP and 2 or 3 other protocols, I think. Otherwise, until you know, the port is authenticated, other packet types don't. But EAP is one of them that does, because it's part of the 802.1x implementation on Cisco devices. Yep. And I'm repeating this back as if from memory because I've memorized part of that for the written exam. The written exam does cover .1x authentication. It is not covered on the lab. So yeah, once in a while I hit a part of my brain and like, oh yeah, I learned part of that for the written, and I hit a little button and this little tape spits out with like some information. .1x is great. I did work on a project at a previous employer. It was not full military. It was like a military sort of academy, like sort of, you know, a junior high or high school. But they did, and it was private, and they did use a Cisco product for NAC, Network Admission Control. You know, it was a predecessor to ICE. And they used it for students that were coming on board in the dorms and they wanted to connect their laptops. They would use NAC to the Cisco NAC product at the time, which was rough, man. It was like, it was hard to use. Much less robust than what ICE is now. ICE is very robust in comparison. And anyway, yeah, what it would do is if it would check their laptops first, check their credentials, and they also check their laptops to see or their computers. If they had antivirus, if they had Windows updates, etc. If they didn't, it put them into a remediation VLAN and allowed them to, you know, install antivirus. And until they did that, they couldn't get on the network. And this is just for like access to the student network. Cool stuff though, very cool stuff. Okay, now we are on, finally, IGPs, Interior Gateway Protocol routing, and we're doing pretty good. We still got like 35 minutes before dinner. So let's see what we can knock out here. IPv4 EIGRP. I'm not gonna worry about, okay, yeah, router 3, I just need to add this. I want the text file to be, the text file is what I'll use tonight to like check my solutions. I use NPS, Network Policy Server Windows Server 1x. Was a bit confusing to set up the first time, but I eventually figured out how it fit together. Now I love it. I want to use FreeRADIUS, but there wasn't good enough, anything good in terms of UI for it. Yeah, I've heard that. Network Lessons references, Network Lessons has a reference in the CCIE course on Radius and 802.1x, and it does have a small like lab, and the lab does refer to FreeRADIUS, I think. Like you can download it if you want to lab this up, but I did not because it was pretty time consuming. Now, if that was going to be in our lab, I would probably be doing something like that. I want to put here host name, exit, host name, or user. I find it interesting in this CHAP configuration. This is basically telling the router, this is the username and password I expect to see coming in. But we never really set the password, outbound password. So for example, when I say authenticate CHAP on interface dialer 1, it tries to authenticate, and it tries to authenticate with its host name. There is no username R1, there's just the host name. But how does it know which password? I guess it's saying, yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to capture that exchange later to see how that works. EIGRP. Configure EIGRP AS1 on R2, 5, 10, and switches 1 through 4. Okay. Enable EIGRP on all links in 10.1.0.0.16. Redistribute loopbacks. All right, so we'll start with router 1. That's router, 1. Router EIGRP 100. We're just going to do it the simple way this time. Network 10.1.0.0, 0.0.205.205. I hate that I am able to talk to you because it shows I didn't spend time studying and spent my time having fun with Cisco. That stuff will pay off, man. Especially like I said, if you get tested on 802.1x and CCIE, if you get the CCIE level, well, you've already got experience in that. So I doubt it's even authenticating if you don't give it a password. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what's interesting is if you do a show, and we've timed out, show PPPoE session. Ping 100.1.13.1. Get pings. Oh yeah, it created a new one. It's weird how it spawns these show interface virtual access 1.1. The thing is, when I turned it on one side, the session went down. So I know it is working, but I don't know how it's sending a password. Yeah, I really don't know. We'll get into the bottom of it though. Maybe it's authentic. Maybe so, a network engineer. Yeah, maybe it's just authenticating with the username. Oh, you know what? Is it hashing the username against the password? I don't know. We'll get into the bottom of that. We might do a special lab on that. I can't let it go. I gotta look at it. I know we're timing this, but let's check it out. So let's go show run section PPPoE. Is that a real valid section? Interface virtual template 1. No PPPoE, PPP authentication chat. Debug PPP. Authentication. Cool. So now, still says it's up. Ping 100.1.13.1. See, the thing, it's not even using this virtual template anymore. It says it's up though. Show run, show derived config interface. Could be, yeah, it definitely would be useful. Could be useful digging into how exactly before looking at Wireshark for this. Yeah, it could be. Sometimes, man, I just dig in, you know, and to my own detriment, I have to admit. We do need to test Wireshark. Show run BBA. EBA group PPPoE virtual template 1. Yeah, like it's no longer configured, but it's still sure enough up. I wonder if we can ping the other way though. We can. There's probably some sort of timer on that. Like it's not encrypting, it's only during session negotiation, I think. Yeah, so let's bring it down. Like let's do interface jazz 0113 shut. No shut. Because there's 4 stages of there's 4 phases of the session stage of PPPoE. There's PAD-E, session initiation, PADI, PADO, offer, PADR, reply, and PADS, session establishment. And then after that, you have LCP takes over. So now let's do show PPPoE session. It is up. State types, I don't even know. It does have the correct MAC addresses. Sometimes you have to do something like this, right? Race jazz 0113, no shut. I'm not yet played with PP though. It has been on my to-do list. I think it's still widely used, you know, for broadband. Like it used to be used a lot in enterprise for, you know, ISDN links and things like that. Or if they have, you know, local DSL, like as a backup connection or something. Mentors, we're using CHAP authentication as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a very useful protocol because it's not limited to IP. And it basically, it's a great way. Before you can establish a layer 3 link, you have to authenticate. And it's not a tunnel, it's just challenge response, you know, authentication. You can if you can authenticate to me, I'll give you an IP address, you know, and I'll talk to you. It also does compression and it has error checking. I'm thinking though that this could be show PPPoE session. How long does it take for it to time out? So I'm shutting the interface down. We're gonna leave it like that while we work on EIGRP and we'll come back to it. How you doing, by the way, mentors? Where are you at, man? Am I like way behind you? Or maybe you didn't start over, I don't know. Oh, we need a route map loopbacks permit 10 match interface L0. Oh, how many loopbacks do I have? Show IP interface brief. 1. Now it goes down, I think. Yeah. All right, now let's try to bring it back up. More loopbacks, more route maps. No authorization without authentication. This is telling us right here, pretty much. That's funny. treating connection as a call-in. That is, because we could have authentication disabled inbound. Sent chap send auth request, receive send auth response. I think network lessons, I'll probably have to go back to it because it has a really good diagram of how that works. So then we do router EIGRP 100, network, redistribute, route map, loop X. I think I have to put metric here first. Let's see. Didn't do my configure terminal. So let's go router 1. Redistribute. Router EIGRP 100, network 10.1.0.0. Okay, redistribute connected. Metric. Does it matter the order, I wonder? Oh, you're just waiting to hit 5.2. Gotcha. Fair enough, man. Okay, it doesn't matter, I guess. One, two, three, four, five, six. And then it's 10. Yeah. So we're gonna redistribute. Connected, route map, loopbacks, metric, 10. I need a flashcard for that. Redistribute. Loopback. Interfaces into EIGRP. So EIGRP router, EIGRP 100, redistribute, connected, route map, X. Uh, 10. I'm trying to remember these metrics. That's why I'm making a card for this. I never just watch your streams and play with Pentest V12. Practice my hack or skills. 8 out of 12 tokens so far. Nice, man. Get those tokens. Be like when we were kids, you know, you're trying to ask your parents for more tokens for the video game machines. All right, that is router 1, so that should work for him. And then we're gonna do the same for, we're gonna do end. For router 2. And we need to add router 2 here, so. And who else? Router 2, router 5 through 10. We got a router 3. We need a router 5. A router 6. Wait, did I do router 7, router 8, router 9, and router 10. And switches 1 through 4, okay? Thing is, some of these have multiple loopbacks. I know the switches do. Let's check the diagrams. Shared an IPsec video today on the Discord. If you get a chance to check out cool techniques for app locker bypass core profiler. Man, you're so advanced, man, in security. A lot of what you said just went way over my head, unfortunately. I wish I knew more. I'm having to get beefed up more on security due to my responsibilities in Azure. Azure's a real interesting place for security, and we're actually, of course, we've got a vulnerability. We've got some scans coming up. I don't know who they're using. Not that I could even say, but soon we've got one. It'll be interesting what they find and what patches we need, or, you know. That's cool though, man. You can share it here too if you want, Mentors, anytime. OSCP and OSCE. So let me check switch 1 has more loopbacks. Yeah, so we've got to do... no, it doesn't. It just has 1. And switch 2. I think at some point I have to add some loopbacks, so... show IP brief. Yeah, that's very sought after, I have to say. EIGRP authentication between our 1, 2, switch 1, and switch 2. Okay. I'm going to try to get this done at least before. Okay, let's go back up to switch 1. We had to add this. Switch 2, we added this. Switch 3, we added this. And switch 4, we added this. Alright, so authentication. Here, EIGRP between R1, R2, switch 1, and switch 2. R1 connects, we have to do this interface level. And of course, we have to create some keys. So let's do key. Keychain. Is it hyphen? Death by hyphenation. Keychain? Yeah. All switch 1's neighbors should use MD5 key 0. Oh, that's cool. V12 full network pen test environment topology included. Nice. I used to do some pen testing, but it's been a while since I've done it. And I used, part of what I used was a distro. This is what got me into Linux. It was They don't make it anymore. I don't know if Kali Linux came out of that or not, but I use some free tools out of Backtrack. Yes. I used Backtrack. That's what got me into Linux. Actually doing like digital forensics with Backtrack. You know, having to go in at night and image hard drives and then later do forensics analysis. Yeah, Backtrack. It worked really well for its time. Keychain EIGRP. Key 0. And it is key string SW exclamation underscore KEY. Okay, so let's go back to our config. Key space chain EIGRP. Key 0. Key string SW exclamation underscore key. All right, so we need to put this on also on router 1 and router 2. And router 2. And then switch 2 is going to be keychain EIGRP key 5 key string SW at underscore key. Let's call this EIGRP2. I forgot to put end. Okay, switch to. Okay. So that goes on router 1 and router 2 as well. Ooh, I missed something here. All right, now let's configure our authentication on the interfaces. And who is this you guys are talking about? Remember? Oh, computer guy, yeah. All right, so we want to do MD5, and let's say route on switch 1. We want to do a router, let's see, interface. VLAN 121. EIGRP, IP EIGRP authentication. I don't know it. off the top of my head. I think there's a little difference on a switch too. Interface VLAN 121, IP EIGRP authentication. No. IP IP authentication. Mode MD5. That's so strange. The way that works. IP authentication. Okay, I need this in our cards. Command to configure or an EIGRP process on an interface. So interface VLAN 121. Oh, was it IP authentication? I need to memorize this. IP authentication mode. Is there an easier way to do that? IP authentication mode. EIGRP. I mean, I understand the logic, but it does make for an awkward command. Well, folks, we have had virtually no copy paste issues today, so hooray for that. Oh yeah, Free Lab Fridays. On a switch. SVI. All right, so we're gonna put this on VLAN 121 and VLAN 221. CONF-T. Interface VLAN 221. Okay, that is what has to go on switch 1. Okay. And on switch 2, pretty much the same. But it will be 222, 122, and 222. And I'm going to take all this just in case. Okay, and then let's go to router 1. And for router 1, we're going to say this is going to be, can we do a range here? Interface range. GI0, 1, 1, 2, 1. GI0, 1, 1, 2, 2. It should only be those interfaces. Nope. All right, where did we go wrong? First of all, we went wrong here. Huh, that works. Okay. It's very weird with the sub interfaces. It's almost better not to do that because I'm not going to remember that. Better to do this, I think. All right. This is what we want to do. That command worked. Well, at least it took that command. Show IP EIGRP neighbors. Yeah, it's not, it doesn't like it. I think maybe we have to tell it which keychain because we have two, right? So we probably have to say, for example, like I think it would want to try one. No, it's only going to use the first one. So on interface GI0, 1, 1, 2, 2, let's say authentication, key, chain. EIGRP 100, EIGRP SW2, yeah. I think we have to do it on both. Okay, so this we have to say IP authentication, key chain, EIGRP 100 is EIGRP. And on this one, I think that's what I called it. Show keychain. EIGRP SW2. Hey, no problem, man. No problem on the plugs. Good plugs. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, because 121 goes to switch 1 and 122 goes to switch 2. All right, we're going to do the same on switch on router 2. 5 o'clock already, folks. Man, days just flying by. This will be 221 and 222. Yep, gonna wrap it up here in a moment once I get this authentication going. Oh, did I have range in there? Did that work? EIGRP key 0. Key 5. Just a bit of renegotiate here. When are you going to start some QS Labs land? Hopefully. I'm still reading and studying. I'm still trying to figure out the excess burst or shaping. So I'm kind of stuck there right now. I've been reading about it over and over, and it's still kind of, I just don't have it yet. And that's, does QS come up before CCIE? Before CCIE? Does it come up in CCNP? Not really. It does show up in the written and the lab. Key 0. Did I have these wrong? Switch 1's neighbors, key 0, SW exclamation underscore key. CCNP has touched on a 3QS, yet not as... oh, okay, mentors. It's been a while. Show IPEIGRP neighbors. Do we have any neighbors? No. Do I have to specify the key here as well? IP authentication key. Let's see. Okay, that's what I'm missing. Got it. So, all right, back to switch 1. And we need IP authentication key chain. See, here you use keychain. Up above, you don't. Which is kind of, I don't know, crazy. Also, switch 1 and switch 2. Oh, switch 1 and switch 2 don't have adjacency with each other. Okay. So... and then switch 2 should be... IP authentication key chain EIGRP 100 EIGRP SW2. All right, this should do it. And there's our neighbors. Sweet. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, it's been a long day. I've done some work with QoS though, so I might be able to comment. See, a network engineer, you're like a CCIE in waiting, man. Talk about your CCNT. Get out of here. You'll be up here with us before you know it. I might be able to comment on a couple of things. I've worked on QoS. You go, man. You're modest. That's all right. All right, folks. We got EIGRP authentication working. It's time for me to get some din. I am going to save this config. These configs. I have had experience with data center, I have to say. I don't particularly enjoy it as much as routing and switching. Like, so Nexus platform, that's a lot of what data center is. You know, OTV, FEX, link aggregation, BDCs, although I don't think I don't think they use those anymore in the 9000. VXLAN, data center. QoS is different on a data center than it is at the edge, for sure. Let's just go, let's just do this for 7, 8, 9, 10, switch 1, switch 2, this has gone much better than, considering I actually technically didn't really start until 3 p.m. I think. Was that right? Or was it 2 o'clock? I've got it written down. It has gone much faster. It's just getting, you know, getting the practice. And router 8, come on, router 8, what are you doing? Okay, 10 is good to go. 8 is good. 9 is good to go. Switch 1 is good to go. Router 7 is good to go. Just router 8's being, I don't know what. Have we even done anything on router 8? I don't think so. Some of the guys Discord share some awesome QoS articles with Junos Land. Definitely a good read. Okay, yeah, more like 2, I think it was. I wrote it down. Still got a long ways to go, but that's okay. Now I'm not sure what happened with all the switches, so gonna save them again just in case. Then we're going to shut down the lab, and I'm not sure tonight, folks, what I'm going to do. We're going to check in with the boss, see what we got going on. Probably going to stay home tonight, so we'll see. I have my appetite for destruction on this lab, though, for sure. Like, I'm into it. I'm enjoying it. Hanging out with you guys. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for tonight. Hope to be back on tomorrow, although we'll probably be doing something outside tomorrow. It's gorgeous outside. And, but we'll be trying to get caught up with you there, mentors. I streamed Network a while back. I went for like 8 to 12 hours. That's awesome. It does. Check in with a warden. Hey guys, great hanging out. Thanks so much for your support and all the good chats. More Cisco, more sunshine, more wife. That's right. More of all the above. Thanks, and we shall see you all tomorrow, if not before. I'll let you know. I'll know in the Discord. We'll see you soon in the Land Tamer stream. Good bits for all. Take care.